And welcome into the Hot Shop, everyone. I just wanted to give you all a little overview as to what we have going on, since there's quite a few of you here. So today we have a special visiting artist, and he's actually one of our own staff members. So he is usually an MC here at the Museum of Glass, which is what I am doing right now. And he's actually here making some glass art from a series that he started back in around 2006. And up on the screen, there was a slideshow going of some of that previous work and some other work that he does. He's mainly a glass painter, and he still does that to this day. So whenever you come into the Museum of Glass, you'll usually see some sketches, some drawings that he does of some techniques that you'll see in the Hot Shop. And this residency of his is going to go from Wednesday to Friday. So this is the first day of this residency. And they're just getting started on their first piece now. These pieces are going to be sort of deconstructing and reassembling Venetian vase designs. And so we'll have some sketches that we can bring up onto the screen to show that off. But you can imagine we'll have maybe the top part of the vase, like the neck, and the lower half of the vase are going to be disconnected, but then they're going to reconnect them using some other pieces of glass, such as handles and some other decorative designs. It'll be pretty interesting. And Walter has taught at Pilchuck before, and he's also had work displayed in the Corning Museum of Glass and at the Met even, he told me this morning, which is over in New York, the Metropolitan. And he currently has a piece on display at the Tacoma Art Museum as well. So since you're already in this area, if you wanted to stop on by the Tacoma Art Museum, you might be able to see Walter's work there. And up on the screen, you could see a little slideshow going of some of Walt's sketches. These are some possibilities of what you may see made during this residency. And I believe I heard them saying that they were going to start off working with clear, and then they were going to move on to color once they were kind of comfortable with the design, since colored glass is pretty expensive. So we're going to most likely start off with some clear glass. And just in case anyone is new to hot shops in general, I'll give a quick overview. So in the back, kind of close to the left side of the hot shop, this is where you'll see us gathering our clear glass, the large tank with the closed door behind Sophie there. And this tank holds about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each. We have 2 of them, and they run at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Up on the screen, you could see Gabe gathering from one of those furnaces now. And then, of course, we have our open-face furnaces at each bench. These are used for reheating. We have to continuously keep our glass warm so that we can work with it. We need it to be at sort of a taffy or putty texture. And these are running between 2,100 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. You'll notice that we have 2 of them on currently, and this is so that we can work at 2 benches at the same time. So there's not really a significant difference between those furnaces. It's mostly just for convenience. And it looks like we'll be using this large silver box right here as well. So just to point this out, this is going to keep anything that we put inside of it nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass. It's also not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. So we'll preheat some color inside of there, or we could put something inside of there to set it aside for later on. And once again, if I didn't mention already, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to grab my attention. You can raise your hand and I'll come right over. And you can even have questions for our visiting artist. I'll grab his attention and ask that question for you guys. And up near the front, you could see that Gabe, after gathering that glass, is coming over and he's bending and twisting that glass, and he's creating these individual little clear loops of glass. And these are just going to be the little rings that are attached on the side of the piece. And these may hold some parts of the piece together, or it could just be a decorative part of the piece. So by now you might have noticed that after creating each of those individual loops, Gabe is setting them inside of the garage, which is that large silver box. So they're just resting in there on a tray, and they're going to stay nice and warm until we have our larger body of the piece later on, and then we can connect all of these individual little pieces together. And I was just talking with the artist, Walt himself, and he was showing me the design that they're going to get started on. And do we have that design that we could put up on the screen, please? So it may take just a couple of moments, guys, but eventually we're going to see this design. I'm just going to talk about it real quick while we wait, though. So this one's going to be made out of clear. It's going to have a smaller body, kind of like a long blown piece that's going to be set inside of a larger blown piece. And this is going to give the appearance of it being a vase, but these are going to be two separate pieces that are attached together, which is pretty interesting. And here up on the screen, we can see a good view of Gabe making one of those rings. And this little torch that he's using, they just call this some math gas, but this is just using some propane. And this is the smallest torch that we have in the hot shop. So this tool that Ben's using at the center bench here, these are a pair of diamond shears. And these have 4 blades that come together to create that diamond shape, hence the name. But this was used to hold onto the end of the glass and pull away from the rest of the piece, and this is going to create a little bit of a longer shape. And do we have that image of the sketch? Perfect. I was just about to ask for it. So up on the screen for a brief moment there, here, you could see what we're working on. So we have that smaller piece that's going to be set inside of this larger piece on the bottom there. And this is why they're creating all of those rings over on the left bench, is to add those details on the side of the piece. So at the center bench here, Ben's using a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And if you were to look at the newspapers, you could see that they're pretty charred at this point, which is why it's hard to tell what they are. But these are actually very commonly used in the hot shop, despite how odd it may sound. They're pretty cheap material, and it's also really close to using our hands to shape the glass. And it looks like pretty soon here we'll start using one of our first torches, which is this large fluffy flame. And this is going to run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, pretty much like the furnace. But this is running off of propane and oxygen, unlike the furnaces, which are running off of natural gas and forced air. And this torch is going to allow us to heat up one section of the glass rather than the entire piece overall inside of the furnace. So you can see at the center bench, it looks like they're creating that piece that's going to be set on the top of the vessel. And like I mentioned earlier, this is going to be made from all clear glass for today. They're just kind of practicing those shapes and making sure that they can get these pieces connected together. And you can see at the center bench, Ben is heating this glass up and hanging it down over and over again. This is basically using gravity as another one of our tools. So instead of lengthening it with our hands and blowing over and over again, he's just pulling it out and hanging it down towards the floor, and it's stretching that taffy-like glass out towards the ground. And welcome to the few that just joined us. I want to give you guys a little overview as to what we have going on, just so you can kind of catch up with us. But today we have a special visiting artist, which you may have already known. Today we have Walter Lieberman, and he's actually one of our Museum of Glass MCs, which is the job that I'm doing right now. So that's pretty cool. One of our employees is able to come in and have a residency with our glass blowers and create his own artwork. So Walt is primarily a glass painter. And can I have the slideshow of his artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, there's just going to be a little slideshow going of some of Walt's previously blown glass, some of his glass paintings, and some sketches that we'll be working on today. So today we're revisiting a series he started in around 2006, and this is deconstructing and reassembling Venetian vase designs. And so the piece that we're working on right now, it's this tall blown form inside of a wider, larger blown form, and it looks as if it's a vase when they're stacked on top of each other. So over on that left bench, Gabe is working on making all of these individual little rings of glass, and these are going to be attached to the side of the piece to kind of create the idea of handles, and it's also going to hold these two blown pieces together. Now, Walt actually has a piece currently on display at the Tacoma Art Museum, which is really close by to us. So if you're interested in seeing some of his work up close in person, you could always check that out over at the Tacoma Art Museum. And he's also had work displayed previously in the Corning Museum of Glass and also at the Met, or the Metropolitan in New York, which is huge. He's taught at Pilchuck before, which is a glass school that's 2 hours north of us. And this is the first day of Walt's residency here. So we're just going to be working with clear glass today. I will point that out. And then we'll move on to using some color tomorrow and on Friday. Friday will be his last day of the residency. And could I have the sketch of the piece that we're currently working on? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a sketch of what we're working on right now at the moment. So we're working on that tall blown portion on the top of the piece at the center bench currently. And then over on the left bench, we've been working on the rings that are going to be on the side of this blown form. Thank you. So for any newcomers over on that left side of the hot shop, after creating each of those individual rings for the side of the piece, these are placed inside of the garage, which is this large silver box here. And this is going to keep those glass rings nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So now we're going to be able to start pulling these out and attaching them to the side of a piece, whether it be now or a little bit later on. And at the center bench, you can see that Ben has a small handheld torch in his hand. And I always like to mention this torch when they use it. This is actually the hottest item in the hot shop. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I've been told, which is over double the heat of the molten glass or the furnaces themselves. I always think that's pretty impressive. They're going to use this small torch to heat up just small areas of the glass to be able to attach these rings to the side of the piece. So after placing our first ring, we have to make sure that the next two rings that we attach are on the same level so that it sits evenly on the second blown piece that we're going to make. So at the center bench, you just saw Ben using a pair of tweezers, and he was sort of poking into the side of the glass. He's trying to mark where he wants those next rings to go, just trying to make a little bit of a visual indicator. And now we have that second ring connected. So this just needs to happen one more time for that final ring. We want 3 points of connection between this top piece and the bottom piece because it's going to be a lot more stable than if we were to just have 2 on either side. And also at the same time, while we're continuing to work on this piece, you'll notice we just keep going in and out of the furnace every now and then. This is called flashing. We're trying to keep the piece at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. Otherwise, we could get cracking and breaking from thermal shock. So it's really important that we continue to keep that glass warm. So right here at the center bench, you can see Ben is going in with a measuring tool, and he's just making the measurements right around the middle of this piece where it's going to be connected to that second part of the body. And this is going to make them know how big they need to make the opening for that second piece that they're going to be making. And it looks like since they're done with that first part of the piece, they're going to set this inside of the garage where it's going to stay nice and warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while they continue to work on the rest of the body. This is just going to rest inside of the garage. And welcome to those who just joined in. Can I have the sketch of what we're currently working on up on the screen, please? So those who just joined, did you guys see what we made at the center bench just as you walked in? No? Okay, so can I have the sketch of what we are working on, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, I want to point out that top section of the piece, the orange, that's kind of going into the second piece. We've just finished working on that, and we've even attached these clear rings all the way around the side of the piece. And this is eventually going to be set on top of or inside of the second piece, which is what we're going to get started on right now. And we've set the top portion of the piece aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. It's just going to stay nice and warm in there at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is going to prevent it from cracking and breaking from thermal shock. And all of our pieces that we're going to be working on for right now are going to remain clear. The color that we use for glass is very expensive, the colored glass. I'll just hold up a little example of it. This is called Color Bar. And so we're going to make sure that we have technique down and our shapes down before we move on to using that color, which is most likely going to be tomorrow and Friday. And if I didn't mention already, our visiting artist today is Walter Lieberman, and he's actually an employee here at the museum, and that's the man who's standing over at the center of the hot shop here. He's actually an MC here, which is what I'm currently doing. So his residency started today. It's going all the way through Friday. And he's revisiting a series that he started in 2006. And this is relating to deconstructing and reassembling Venetian vase designs, which is very similar to that image you saw up on the screen. As you could see, it's deassembled and then reattached in different ways. And our visiting artist, Walt, he is actually taught at Pilchuck, which is a glass school about 2 hours north of us. And he's had work displayed in many different places, but including a couple of impressive ones, which is the Corning Museum of Glass and the Metropolitan in New York. And he actually currently has a piece on display as well at the Tacoma Art Museum, which is really close by to us right here. So if you wanted to check that out, you could just hop on by to our Tacoma Art Museum. And our visiting artist, he's also primarily a glass painter. So he doesn't blow glass very frequently. He blew glass for 10 years back when he was working on this series in 2006. But he is mostly a glass painter. And can we have the slideshow of his artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you could see a slideshow of his artwork, including some of that glass painting. And you'll also see some sketches of what we'll be working on during this residency, as well as some blown glass that he's created in the past as well. So up on the screen, I just wanted to point out that you saw Sarah picking some glass off of what she had on the end of the pipe. And this is just getting rid of some imperfections that were gathered out of that glass tank, maybe little little dust particles or even air bubbles that are trapped inside of the glass. And we want to get those out as early as we can so it's not going to be blown into our final piece. And then as soon as she finished that, she started rolling it inside of this wooden spoon-shaped tool, and that's called the block. The block is usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. You'll usually see them use the block after a fresh, clear gather. And we'll usually start the bubbles on the side benches, and this is where we're gathering all of the glass we need and we're getting our color. And then once we have all the glass and the color we need, we move over to the center bench where we start to blow it out into its final form, which you may have noticed with that last piece for some of you. And for those that just joined in, you'll notice this piece is all clear. We've already created the first half of the piece, and it's resting inside of the garage, which is this large silver box right here. And I'll pull up an image in just a moment to show you guys what we're working on. But this is going to be the lower half of the piece that we're creating at the center bench. It's going to be this large, almost bowl shape with a small opening on the top. And can I have the sketch of what we're working on, please? So up on the screen, you'll see an image of what we're currently working on. I want to point out we already finished that long shape that's resting on the inside and on the top of the lower piece. And we've actually already attached those rings to the side and everything. So we are just going to create this blown form at the center bench. And then it looks like we're going to attach these longer handles to that larger blown form and then attach those two pieces together. So they're not going to quite be touching, they're going to be resting on top of each other, but the handles are actually going to be physically attached together. And this piece is going to be entirely clear once again. And this was designed by our visiting artist, who I was just talking to up in the front here, Walter Lieberman. Just wanted to point him out for you all. His residency is just starting today, but he's actually had a couple of residencies here before at the museum. And this one will go through Friday. Today we're just working with clear to kind of get the shape and the technique down without wasting any color. And he's actually revisiting a series he started in 2006 with the deconstructing and reassembling of Venetian vase designs, which you definitely saw with that sketch up on the screen. Looks a lot like a Venetian vase. And he's taught at Pilchuck before. It's a school about 2 hours north of us, a glass school. And he has had work displayed in many different places, but just to name a couple, Corning Museum of Glass and the Metropolitan in New York. And he currently has a piece on display at the Tacoma Art Museum, which is very close by to us here. So if you want to check out some of his work up close and in person, you can go over to the Tacoma Art Museum and check that out. And you'll notice with Walt's work, he is primarily a glass painter. But today he is blowing glass with the help of our hot shop team that works full-time here at the Museum of Glass as glass blowers. And if I didn't mention already to the newcomers, Walt is actually a Museum of Glass employee, which is pretty special. So he's having a residency here as an artist, but he usually is doing the job that I'm doing right now, which is the hot shop MC. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process, or even questions for the visiting artist, Walt, you can grab my attention, raise your hand, grab my attention. I'll come over. I can ask your question to him, or I can even bring him over to answer that question. So I get that question every now and then about PPE, or like protective equipment. So our artists don't usually wear a lot of protective equipment because they've been working with the glass for over 20 years individually, so they have enough skill to kind of avoid that. And if they do burn themselves, it's usually in pretty small amounts, so maybe they might touch a hot tool for a brief second. It's really just as bad as touching something hot in the kitchen for a brief second. And if they were to wear more clothing, it would actually be dangerous in another way because it's kind of restricting their movements, and they don't have as accurate of movements as if they were wearing gloves. They might not be able to feel what they're doing as well. And I probably haven't mentioned these yet, but right here, Ben is using a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And that may sound like an odd tool, but it's actually very commonly used in the hot shop. As of right now, they're still a very cheap material to use, so even if they're burning up pretty quickly, we don't really have to worry about it. And it's also really close to using our hands without the heat touching our hands. So we have our hands this close to the glass, and we're able to kind of shape which direction we want the glass to blow out. If we want a wider shape, we kind of push on the bottom of the piece and it blows outside. And then if we push on the side, this is going to create a little bit of a longer, skinnier shape. So I get that question every now and then of how often do people burn themselves and how many burns do they have? And if you were to look at their hands and their arms, you would see that they do have some burns and some scarring, and it just happens every now and then, especially with the bigger of a piece you work with, a little bit more dangerous it gets. And frequently these guys are working with a lot of glass because they'll have some special artists come in and they're kind of pushed to their limits. But just as I mentioned earlier, it's kind of just like touching something hot in the kitchen, so it's always just these really little burns, maybe along their arms and hands. And in the back over on that left side of the hot shop, you saw Gabe just gathered out of our glass furnace. I wanted to point that glass furnace out, the large tank with the closed door. Inside, if you were to look inside, you could hardly see anything because there's so much heat. It's glowing very brightly. But it runs at around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, stays at that steady temperature, and we have about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass inside of that furnace. And over on that left bench, Gabe is actually making a connective piece of glass on the end of his pipe. This is going to be attached to the bottom of the piece at the center bench. And this is going to allow them to break this bubble off from the pipe it's currently attached to. So we're going to get access to the other side of the piece. So at the center bench, Gabe has just brought that punty over. This is what we call the second pipe with that clear attachment. And the punty has been attached just to the center of the bottom of this piece. And now once that connection is secure and it's set up a little bit, they're just going to apply a little bit of water to that previous connecting point using that pair of tweezers, and then tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now we have access to the other side of the piece with that opening, and we can start to open it up a little bit to fit it with the first piece that we created. And while the piece is still cold and that connection is still hot, they'll usually come back to the center bench like this. They're just making sure that it's actually on center with the bottom of the piece, that pipe. Once they're happy with that, then they start fully heating up the front half of the piece. So now you can see that the front end of this piece is nice and hot, so they're going to start going in with that stack of newspapers. And then using next a pair of jacks, those two metal blades. I may not have mentioned these earlier, but these are very commonly used for any piece. It's what we use to create the jack line, as you may remember. And for anyone that recently joined, can I have the picture of what we're currently working on up on the screen, please? So just real quick, up on the screen, this is what we're currently working on. We've actually already made the top half of this piece, and that's why you saw Ben using that measuring tool. He's making sure that the first piece is going to fit inside of the opening of this piece that they're currently working on. So with this image up on the screen, you may notice that we have all of these individual rings that are placed around the side of the piece. And so Ben wants me to let you all know that this piece is very difficult to create. But all these individual rings are going to be the only connecting pieces between the top and the bottom piece, which makes the piece pretty fragile. And that nozzle there, sometimes people ask what it is, so just real quick, it blows some compressed air, and it looks like there's just some particles on the inside of the piece they wanted to get out, so they were blowing some compressed air to get a little bit of those burnt particles out. And right now they're discussing the shape of what they have so far, if they need to alter anything, and their next steps. It looks like based off of the drawing, they're going to be attaching some larger handles to the top of this piece, and then the handles of the first piece and this piece are going to be attached together. Those are going to be the only connecting points between the two blown pieces of glass. So I've gotten a few questions that I want to share with the rest of the audience, just in case anyone else is wondering. I've gotten a question about why we're continuously turning the pipe, even when the glass is kind of cold right here. And this is to make sure that nothing is falling off center. So even though you can't really see it moving, it is moving very slowly over time. We want to make sure that it doesn't fall off center, so we just continuously keep it turning. And as well as that, we're continuing to go back into the furnace, back out over and over again. This is called flashing. We're making sure everything is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer, so we don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. And we have 2 more of these large handles to attach, and then we'll be able to attach that second piece that we made earlier on top of this piece. So over on the the left side of the hot shop here, Gabe is actually starting to heat up that second part of the piece that we made earlier. And these two pieces are going to be attached together just by those little loops, those little connection points, as you may remember. It's just been staying nice and warm inside of the garage. That's that large silver box. And now we're ready to use it, so we'll just heat it up before bringing it over. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or even questions for the visiting artist, Walter Lieberman, once again, please feel free to raise your hand, grab my attention. I'll come right over. So all the pieces that are being made today, tomorrow, and Friday, they were all designed by Walter Lieberman, our visiting artist, and he designed these before he even came in for this residency. Could have taken anywhere from a few minutes of just passionately sketching or a few days of brainstorming and deciding which pieces would go really well together. But that's something that would be really good to ask the visiting artist himself. So over on that left side of the hot shop, you can see that Gabe has gotten the first part of the piece out of the garage, and he's now heating it up inside of the furnace. And right now it looks like they're just seeing if all of those pieces are actually lined up and ready to connect together. If they need to adjust anything, now is the time to do that before they connect these two pieces together and have an error. And now that they've tested those connections, they're going to start heating up those small individual areas of connection using this really hot handheld torch here. And once again, for anyone that's joined recently, this is the hottest item in the hot shop. I always like to mention it. Can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's over double the heat of the molten glass. It's over double the heat of the furnaces. So this is going to very quickly heat up a small area of glass. It allows us to get these really fine details, such as right now. And at the same time, over on that left bench, Gabe is torching those connection points as well, using a smaller, a little bit less powerful torch. So now Gabe has just brought that second piece over. And they're going to connect these pieces together very carefully, making sure that they're all lined up with each other properly and they're all connecting in the same spot. And then as soon as they have that connected, they're going to water the connection to the smaller piece and break that second pipe off. And you know what? That was a lot of effort for them, so let's give them a round of applause for connecting those two pieces together. It's just an applaud for effort, like an A for effort. We've gotten this far. As a glassblower, you never celebrate too early. It's not safe until it's literally put away inside of the annealer. And even then, sometimes it'll break while it's cooling down. So we don't really know until the next day when it comes out of the furnace at room temperature. So I just got a question about the cone that we're inside of, so I'm just going to briefly talk about that to everyone here. So the cone that we're inside of is based off of these old wood burners we used to have along this waterway here. They were called wigwam burners or beehive burners, and they were shaped a lot like this. They were used to burn leftover wood scraps, and so this is just kind of paying tribute to what this area used to be used for, which is logging. and this cone specifically is tilted on its side to give us a little bit more floor space. But other than that, we have a fan at the top that pulls hot air out, and that's pretty much it. It's a little bit functional, but mostly just to pay tribute. And after heating up the front end of this piece, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers and pinching and pulling the neck of this piece out before trimming off all of that excess glass. So this is going to leave us with a nice straight, even opening, nice straight, even walls. And since we have all of these dainty little pieces connected together, it's holding everything together, we have to make sure that we're continuously going back and forth to the furnace, making sure everything is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. As you may imagine, thin glass will cool down quicker than thick glass, so they have to make sure that they're maintaining that heat and going back very frequently. And after heating up the opening to this piece just one more time, Ben goes in with a pair of jacks and is able to lightly flare the opening to this piece out. And as Ben is going on the inside of the piece with the pair of jacks, Gabe is on the outside using a wooden paddle to lightly press against the opening to this piece. And this is just making sure that it's completely even. We don't have any unevenness or imperfections around the lip. And you'll notice when we're working on a piece in the later stages of the piece, they're going to start torching the back end of the piece and any connections that they're worried about. So using this large fluffy flame, this is running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, just like the furnaces. And they're going to use this to heat up the back end of the piece, which is the last part of the piece going into the furnace, first thing coming out. They want to kind of balance that heat out so the front isn't so hot and the back isn't so cold. And now to break this piece off, just like earlier, they apply some water to that connecting area, causing some shocking and cracking. And then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that breaks the piece cleanly off. They're going to torch the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends. And finally, to put this piece away, this is going inside of the annealer, which is the large black box on the right wall. This will cool it down slowly, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And let's give them a huge round of applause for finishing that piece. So this piece is going to sit in there at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it slowly cool down with the press of a button. And since we're not seeing them work with color as of right now, I'm just going to play a short video talking about how we get color on a piece, and you may be able to see that process tomorrow or on Friday, for example. So could I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
And does anyone have any questions for our visiting artist for now? And can I have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, please? So up on the screen is a slideshow of Walter Lieberman's artwork, which is the man up in the front. Once again, he is our visiting artist today. So over on that left bench, we're getting started on our next piece. This is all going to start off with making these small marbles. And these are all just going to be marbles of clear glass. So just like that last piece, we're going to have two pieces that are going to be connected. Instead of loops being the connecting points, we're going to have marbles being the connecting points. And after finishing each of these individual marbles, these are placed inside of the garage, which is this large silver box. Once again, this is going to keep them nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that they don't crack or break from thermal shock. So at the center bench, it looks like we're getting started on our first blown part of this piece. And once again, this is all just starting with a single gather or single layer of clear glass. And then we blow a bubble. We have to gather multiple layers of this clear glass to have enough mass for our piece. And can I have the sketch of the project that we're currently working on, please? All right, so up on the screen we have an image of what we're currently working on. So this piece is going to be pretty similar to the last one, as you can see, but the bottom piece is going to have a little bit of a taper to it. Instead of being so round and bulbous, kind of like a fishbowl, this one is going to be a little bit more wide. And this one is also going to have those solid balls or marbles instead of those little loops on the top portion of the piece. So just like earlier at the center bench, they're going to create that first part of the piece, which is going to be the upper blown portion. So they're creating that long body with the long, thin neck. And at the center bench here, you can see that Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And he's not going to cinch all the way down because he's actually creating the neck for this upper portion right now. So he creates a little divot, and then he starts to pull away, and this is going to stretch the neck out. So you can see here, as he's pulling away, this is continuing to stretch that neck out. It's creating a thinner and longer shape for that neck. And finally, Ben goes back in and he's creating a jack line, which is that divot right near the pipe. And this is where we're actually going to remove this piece from the pipe in a little bit. And can I have the picture of what we're currently working on up on the screen, please? So just to do a quick description of this, we already made one of these earlier, which was pretty similar, but this one is going to have these marbles that are attached to the upper portion of the piece, which is what we're working on at the center bench here. And then once we have that upper portion of the piece done, we'll set it aside, and then we'll blow that lower portion of the piece, which is kind of that bowl shape, and then we'll eventually attach those two pieces of work together completely, and all they're going to be connected by is those small connection points where the marble and the handles are touching each other. So these pieces are really fragile because of those really small connections. We could get some breakage, so they have to be really careful when making these pieces. And at the center bench, Ben is using a stack of newspapers soaked in water now to guide which way he wants a bubble to blow out, as Sarah's blowing into the end of the hollow pipe. And before I move on even further as well, I want to point out that we do have a visiting artist today, so all of these designs are his. And just to point him out, he's the one sitting in the chair up here, Walter Lieberman. And he's actually a Museum of Glass employee. He's usually an MC, which is the job that I'm doing right now here. And his residency has just started today. It's going to go all the way through Friday. And he's working on a series that he started in 2006. And this series has to do with deconstructing and reassembling Venetian vase designs, which you may have put together when looking at our different sketches for today, how they look like Venetian vases with those fancy handles. And Walt has actually taught at Pilchuck before. He's primarily a glass painter, so he will paint glass. And he has had work displayed in multiple places, but just to name a couple, he's had work displayed at the Corning Museum of Glass and the Metropolitan in New York. And he also currently has a piece displayed at the Tacoma Art Museum. So that's really close by to us here. So I encourage you guys to go check that out if you happen to have some time. So at the center bench, Ben has just marked a ring around the blown portion of this piece to create a guideline of where he's going to start placing these marbles on the side of the piece. And the way that they're going to place these marbles is by using this super hot handheld torch. You can see that Ben has ignited it and is starting to heat up a pair of tongs to pick up these individual marbles. This small torch is going to allow them to heat up just a really small area of glass at a time to a super hot, almost molten point. And this allows them to get some really fine details in their glasswork, and in this case, kind of glue these two pieces together. And they're trying to make sure to place each of these marbles all along that same line that they just marked earlier, trying to make sure that they're all level with each other so that this will rest evenly on the next piece that we're going to create. And for those that just joined, can I have the image of what we're currently working on up on the screen, please? Perfect. So up on the screen, we have an image of what our current design is. As you can see, we're working on that upper half of the piece right now with the neck and those marbles attached to the sides. Later on, we're going to be blowing that large bowl shape on the bottom, and we're going to be attaching the two pieces together. The only parts that are going to be touching are the handles and the marbles. That's all that's going to be holding these two pieces together. So now we just have one more of these marbles to attach. And before setting this piece aside to work on our second piece, they're going to take the measurement of the point just underneath those marbles, and this is going to help them determine how wide they need to make the opening of that next piece. And they're also going to measure the distance in between those marbles to make sure that the marbles and the handles of the lower piece are actually going to be lined up and ready to be connected. So after finishing the upper half of this piece, this is set aside in the garage, which is that large silver box here. It's going to stay inside of the garage, staying nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is going to prevent cracking and breaking from thermal shock. So now we'll start working on that second half of the piece, and then we'll be able to assemble those two pieces together and have one large form. And can I have the slideshow of Walt's artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of some of our visiting artist artwork, and this is going to include some of his previously made blown glass pieces, but he's mainly a glass painter, so you're going to see a lot of painted glass. And for those that didn't know, our visiting artist today is Walter Lieberman, which is the man with the sweatshirt close to the right side of the hot shop. And he has a residency today through Friday, so this is the first day of that residency. And he's actually a Museum of Glass employee. He's usually an MC here at the museum, so that's pretty cool that he's able to have a residency and make some glass art with our hot shop team. And this residency is having to do with the series he started in 2006, which is deconstructing and reassembling Venetian vase designs, which you may have seen with some of his sketches. Now, Walt has taught classes at Pilchuck before, and he's also had work displayed in various places, including the Corning Museum of Glass and the Metropolitan in New York. And he currently has a piece on display at the Tacoma Art Museum, which is right next to us here. So if you want to check out some of his artwork up close and in person, feel free to go over to the Tacoma Art Museum, and check that piece out. So just a moment ago, we worked on the upper half of a piece, which was very similar to the last one we made. It was long, and it had these marbles attached to the sides of the piece. And this is going to become the lower half of the piece, which is kind of like a bowl shape. And then we'll attach some handles to that as well, and then attach the two pieces together, just connected by the marbles and the handles. And can I have the image of what we're working on up on the screen, please? There we are. So this is pretty close to what we're working on right here. This is going to have a little bit of a squatter shape on the bottom, this particular piece. And the round objects that you see on the upper half of the piece, these are going to be some solid marbles. And this is all going to be made from clear glass, I will point out. So we have the upper half already made, which is that orange portion of the drawing. Just remember, we're only working with clear, but the color helps me explain which section I'm talking about. So the orange section we've already made, set aside. We're going to start working on that purple section and attaching those handles. And then eventually we'll be able to connect both of these pieces together, as I previously mentioned. And this is a pretty risky piece, honestly, because those connection points are so small. It has a really great great chance of breaking or cooling off too quickly and getting some thermal shock. And up front here is our visiting artist, Walt Lieberman. So if you ever have any questions about the artwork or questions for our visiting artist, feel free to grab my attention. I can grab his attention for you guys. And up on the screen, you can see Gabe has been using this wooden spoon-shaped tool called the block. This is usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. And this is going to kind of smooth and even all of that fresh, clear glass out so that it blows out evenly. And I've had a few new people join here and there, so I just want to give a quick little overview of the hot shop again. So in the back there, Gabe is gathering out of one of our glass furnaces. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and they stay at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten at that temperature, it's kind of viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass and turn, and it gathers a ball on the end. And then from there, we blow into the end of our hollow pipe. This expands that glass like a balloon. And then our open face furnaces, these are used for reheating. These do not have any glass inside of them, I'll point out. So every time we're going into those furnaces, we're making the glass soft enough to work with, again, kind of like a putty or a taffy texture. And those furnaces run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on how thick the glass is that we're working with, depending on how quickly we want to heat something up. And usually once we have enough glass for a piece, we'll bring it over to the center bench where we'll start to blow it out and turn it into its final form. And in this case, for anyone that recently joined, we're working on the lower half of a piece right now. And can I have the sketch of what we're working on real quick? All right, so up on the screen you can see a sketch of what we're working on. So we've already made that upper half of the piece with the marbles on the sides. And we actually have 3 connection points, despite the picture having 2. At the center bench, we're working on the lower half of the piece, which is going to be a little bit of a wider shape than what you see up on the screen. It's going to be a little bit more of a tapered shape. And then we'll be attaching some handles to the bottom half and then attaching the 2 pieces completely together. The only connection points between the 2 pieces are going to be the marble and the handle on the lower half of the piece. So those connection points are going to be really small. They have to be really careful with making this piece so that they don't get any breakage. And this large fluffy flame here is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces. It's running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. With the torch, you could see we're able to heat up a specific area of the glass rather than the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So we can apply some extra heat to one area that we want to maybe blow out a little bit more, or if the heat is unbalanced, we can balance it out using this torch. And next, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades creating a jack line in the glass. And this is where we remove this piece from the pipe later on. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined us. Right now we're working on a pretty complex piece. It's going to be assembled in, or it's going to be created in two parts, and then eventually those two parts are going to be assembled. We've already created the first half of this piece. It's resting inside of the garage here, staying nice and warm at around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit so it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. And can I have the sketch of what we're working on real quick? Thank you. So up on the screen, this will help me describe a little bit better. We've already created the upper half of this piece, and it has these clear marbles attached to the sides. And eventually this is going to be attached to the lower piece, which is what we're creating at the center bench now. We're going to attach some handles to the piece that we're making at the center bench, and then the only connecting points between those two pieces is going to be the handle connected to the marble. And those are going to be some really delicate connecting points. So this is a pretty tricky piece to make. And while we have a little bit of time right now, I just want to introduce our visiting artist, which the newcomers probably don't know about yet. So our visiting artist today is Walter Lieberman. And I will point out he is actually a Museum of Glass employee, which you won't see very often, a museum employee having a residency here to make some glass art. And during this residency, he's revisiting a series that he started in 2006. And this is having to do with deconstructing and reassembling Venetian vase designs, which you can totally see based off of the sketches that he's created. They look like Venetian vases. And he's actually taught at Pilchuck, which is a glass school about 2 hours north of us here. And he's had work displayed in multiple places, but including the Corning Museum of Glass and the Metropolitan in New York, to name a couple. And he currently has a piece displayed at the Tacoma Art Museum. So if you wanted to see one of his pieces up close and in person, you can go to that museum. It's really close to us here, and check that out. And Walt is actually primarily a glass painter. He's not primarily a glass blower. He has blown glass before, though. And he's had a couple of residencies here at the museum before. I think they told me that he's been working with glass in various ways for about 40 years, so an impressively long time. And for those who haven't seen it yet, can I have the slideshow of Walt's artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of Walt's artwork. And in there, you'll see some of those blown glass pieces that he's made, and also some of that glass painting that he's done before. So as you can see, they've created a little bit of a taper to the bottom of this piece. And finally, they're flattening the bottom of this piece using a wooden paddle. And we actually use a lot of wood tools in the hot shop. They will burn over time, but wood is a very insulating material. So when we touch the glass with cold metal, it's kind of going to suck the heat out of the glass. We have the potential for thermal shock. With wood, we're not going to have as much of a risk of thermal shock because it's a very insulating material. It's not going to be pulling a lot of heat out of the glass. So that second pipe that they've attached to the bottom is called the punty. And the purpose of the punty, as you just saw, is to basically flip the orientation of the piece. So now we have access to the other side of the piece where the opening is, and we can start to open it up to the width that it needs to be to fit that first piece that we made. And then as soon as that's opened up, we'll be able to create those handles and attach those two pieces together. So we're already coming along pretty far in this piece. So the torch that they use every now and then, this large fluffy flame, it kind of allows them to get a more focused heat to a specific area. So say they just want to heat up the back end of the piece and they just torch the back end. The front end is kind of hot, so they want to let it cool down, so they're not going to heat that up very much. And then to heat up the entire piece overall, of course, we want to go inside of the furnace. But if we're trying to focus some heat somewhere, the torches are really helpful. So that large fluffy flame and the furnace can be around the same temperature between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Later on, you'll see them use a really small torch, and that one's actually double the heat, around 5000 degrees Fahrenheit. And despite how small it is, you know, it's really hot, so it allows them to get some really fine details in the glass. And I'll make sure to point out when they start using that one. So at the center bench, they've heated up the front end of the piece and they've opened it up just slightly using a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades you may remember from earlier. And next, they're actually going in with a pair of wooden blades. And these look very similar to the jacks, as you will notice, but they have wood instead of metal blades. This is going to be pretty gentle on the inside of the piece. These are called the pachofis. And could I have the sketch of what we're working on real quick, please? All right, so up on the screen, for those who haven't seen it yet, we have a sketch of what we're currently working on. We've already made the upper half of this piece, as I pointed out earlier, and we're working on the lower half of the piece currently. Soon we'll be able to assemble these pieces together, those connection points being the marbles and the handles of both of those pieces. So the center bench, Ben is using just a stack of newspaper soaked in water, and we'll use these frequently for both blown pieces and solid pieces, but this is pretty much as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass here. And the newspaper is a pretty cheap material still, and so even though it's burning them up pretty quickly over time, we can just fold up a new stack and use those instead. And we're continuously keeping the piece moving so that we don't let the glass fall off center, because the glass is continuously moving because it is hot, kind of like a taffy texture maybe. So if we were to stop turning, you would see it fall off center. We would have to hold it on the other side to let it fall back on center. So this is why we're continuously turning the piece as we're working on it. And as you can see, they're taking the measurements of the opening right here, just making sure that that first piece we made is going to fit correctly and snugly inside of this piece. So this small torch that they're using here, right now it's turned to a pretty low setting, but this torch can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I always like to point that out. Even though it's little, it's actually the hottest item we have in the hot shop. So we use it to create these really fine details in our glass art. We can just heat up a really small area at once. Really small area, super hot. So in this case, looks like he's heating up a small section of the glass to mark where he wants to place his first handle. We have to make sure that our handles are equal and that they're straight and that they're spaced equally around the entire piece so that they all connect with those marbles that we created with the first piece. So just like earlier, Ben's using a piece of chalk to mark all the way around the side of this piece at the center bench. And this is going to help make sure that he's lining up the handles to the same exact spot each time. So now it looks like they're going to get started on making those handles for this piece. So over on that left bench, Gabe will prepare some glass and then bring it over to the center bench where it will be attached to the side of the piece. And while they're doing this, they're making sure that the glass is staying nice and warm by doing something called flashing, which is going into the furnace every now and then coming back out, just kind of keeping everything at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. But we want it to be solid enough that it's not moving very much because we want to maintain control over the piece. We don't want it to be moving around. So now Gabe has just brought that first handle over, and this is going to be attached just on that chalk line that Ben created a moment ago, then stretched out before being cut off with a pair of diamond shears. And then finally this is flipped over and attached to the very top right by the opening of this piece. And just as a reminder, those little handles that they're creating, these are going to be the connection points where we're attaching those marbles, and that is the only place that these two pieces are going to be connected together. And now our final handle's been brought over, once again being placed right onto that chalk line that Ben created earlier. And continuously throughout this process, they're torching that back end of the piece. This is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out, so it's naturally the coldest area of the glass. We want to make sure that that connecting area between the glass and the pipe is staying nice and warm so we don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. And this broom here is used to get off any extra particles that are on the surface of the piece before we move on to the next parts, just so that they're not permanently embedded or ingrained into the piece itself. Most likely they're trying to brush off that chalk line that was left over or any residue left over from that. And over on the left side of the hot shop, you can see Gabe is actually standing in front of the garage, which is a large silver box here. And he's currently heating up the upper half of this piece, just enough so that he can carry it out and bring it to the furnace to heat up a little bit further. So now you just got a little glimpse of that piece that they just brought out of the garage. Now Gabe is going to heat this up inside of the furnace. We want to make sure that it's staying nice and warm so we don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. Very important. And this piece, as you'll see, has these small marbles attached to the side. And those marbles are going to be attached just to the top of the handles on this piece at the center bench, and those are going to be those connecting points for each area of the piece. It's all the connecting points that we're going to have. And right here, they're just going to double check that all these connecting points are lined up. And it looks like they're satisfied with how they're lined up. So they're just going to start heating up those small connection points, the tops of the handles and the bottoms of the marbles, and then they'll be able to bring that piece back over and attach the two together. So over on the left side of the hot shop, you can see that Gabe is working on heating up just these little connecting points on the marbles, just heating up the marbles themselves. And at the center bench, Ben, it looks like he's adjusting these handles a little bit, kind of pushing them up, maybe so that the marbles connect to them a little bit easier. And this small handheld torch, I mentioned it earlier, it's the hottest item in the hot shop. They're going to start using this to heat up just the connection points on the handles of the piece. And now they've just brought that second piece over, and this is going to be attached right onto those handles. So you can see how we have those three connecting points, but those two bodies of the pieces are not actually touching each other. They simply break away that second pipe, and now they have to heat up just the little area, this front end of the piece, so that they can flare open the opening to the neck. And at this point, since we have all of these dainty connections, we have to be really careful with the glass. We have to make sure we're keeping the entire thing nice and warm so we don't get any thermal shock. And we also have to set the pipe down really carefully. If we set down the pipe too hard, it creates a vibration that travels through the pipe and it can crack our glass. And it looks like they're making sure these connections are extra secure using that hot handheld torch again. And right here, Ben is actually using this paddle to make sure that the two pieces are on center with each other while those connections are still hot. They're kind of moving around. And since we don't want to heat up these small connections, we don't want them to be moving around, we're just going to start focusing the heat on just the opening of the piece. That's the only thing we want to alter right now. So Ben just went in with a pair of tweezers and pinched and pulled the opening away from the rest of the piece before trimming off that excess glass that he pinched out. And this is going to leave us with some straight, thin walls and an even opening for this piece. So as you can see, after they heated that glass up a couple of times, Ben has gone inside with a pair of jacks and he's lightly flared that opening out. And this is pretty much the final step for this piece. And you can always tell when we're getting ready to put a piece away because you'll see somebody get dressed up in these Kevlar gloves. And in this case, we also have a face shield being used. So this is going to protect Gabe from that glass as he picks it up off the end of the pipe to be put away. Now, before putting any piece away, you'll usually see them torching the back end of the piece, kind of near that connecting area, as well as any connections that they're worried about. This is going to heat up all of those connection areas because we need to use water to break a piece off. That's going to cause shocking and cracking in the glass, purposefully to break that piece off. But if the surrounding glass is cold, the cracks from the water will travel. So they're heating up any connections that they're worried about, so when they break the piece off, they don't have to worry about anything unnecessary breaking. So there they go, applying that water, and then all they'll have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break the piece cleanly off into those Kevlar gloves. And it looks like that was a successful break. Thank you for your round of applause. So this is going into the annealer. This is going to rest in there at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. It's going to cool down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And if you haven't seen it already, up on the screen there's a slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork. Once again, Walter Lieberman. He's the one up here to my right, to your left. And does anyone have any questions for Walt or any questions about the glass process before we go to lunch? All right, guys, so we're going to take a 1-hour lunch. We'll be back at around 2 p.m. And then you're welcome to come back at 2 p.m. We'll blow glass all the way until 5 p.m. So I will see you guys later. All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. For anyone that was here earlier, we're going to get started on pretty much the same project as we made last. We're going to create one longer blown form with a neck, and this is eventually going to be attached to a second blown form that's going to be a little bit wider, kind of like a bowl on the bottom. And can we have that image of that last project that we were working on up on the screen, please? There we are. So up on the screen, you can see an image of what we are going to get started on. So over on that left bench, Gabe is going to get started on making the marbles that are going to be set on the sides of that upper piece. And then we'll be able to create that blown piece and attach the marbles to the side. And then we get started on the second half and eventually attach the two pieces together. And what's special about these pieces is they're attached in a really dainty, kind of risky way, honestly. So the marbles are going to be attached to the handles that are on the second piece. So those are the only parts that are connected between the two pieces at all. So they're basically kind of balancing on these really small connections. You guys will be able to see that as we start blowing this piece. And each of these pieces has taken about an hour and a half today, just to give you guys a little time frame. So we're just getting started now on this one. All these pieces are made out of clear today. We're starting off with clear glass for the first day of this visiting artist residency, just so we could kind of get into the flow of things and get a hang of what we're making without wasting any color. If a piece were to break, the clear glass we can just break apart and put back into our furnace to melt down again, which is very convenient. But with our colored glass, we cannot put that back into our clear furnace. It's just going to get color inside of that furnace. So we are working with clear. And I'll introduce our visiting artist as soon as I see him, but I'm going to give you guys a little overview of the hot shop first thing. So over in the back, you just saw Gabe gathering out of our glass furnace. And this is holding about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a steady 2150 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have a little diagram up on the screen as well of that. As you saw, when we're gathering that glass, the glass is very viscous and sticky, a lot like honey, so all we had to do was stick our pipe into the glass and then turn, and it gathers a ball on the end. And then from there, we have to make sure our glass is staying hot so that we can continue to work with it. So this is where open face furnaces are coming into play. And these are running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Both the types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. And this is our visiting artist, who I briefly mentioned earlier. Now I can get into who he is and what we're doing here today. So this is Lieberman, and he's actually a Museum of Glass MC, so he usually does the job that I'm doing right now, right here, where he'll talk to the audience. This residency just started today. It's going to go through Friday, and he's revisiting a series he started in 2006, where he is actually deconstructing and reassembling Venetian vase designs, which you can kind of see with that sketch that I just showed you a moment ago. And he's actually taught at Pilchuck before, which is a glass school 2 hours north of us here. And he's had work displayed in many different places, including the Corning Museum of Glass and the Metropolitan in New York. And he currently has a piece on display at the Tacoma Art Museum, which is really close by, practically next door to here. So if you wanted to see some of his work up close in person, go ahead and check that out. And you guys watched a lot of that slideshow earlier. You could see a lot of his work has to do with glass painting. So he is mainly a glass painter, but he has also blown glass before, and he does a lot of designing and drawing. Frequently, we have slides that will explain different glass techniques, and he will create those designs. And once again, over on that left bench, we're working on creating those little clear marbles that are going to be attached to the upper portion of the piece. And then at the center bench, it looks like we're getting started on that blown part of the piece that we're going to be attaching those marbles to. And every now and then, especially after gathering clear glass from that furnace, we have to cool the pipe off using a pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water. It splashes water up onto the pipe, cools it down pretty rapidly so we can handle the pipe closer to the glass again. And you'll notice after finishing each of the marbles on the left bench, they're being placed into this large silver box right here called the garage. And they're going to stay nice and warm in there at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass. It's not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. So we're just going to let it rest in there until we're ready to use them later on. And at the center bench, I haven't pointed this out yet. Ben is using a stack of newspapers soaked in water to shape this glass and kind of choose which way it's going to blow out. And as you can see, we have a pretty long shape for this bubble. And as you saw with our design, we have that kind of long, narrow shape for the upper half of the piece. And each time after heating this glass up, Ben is hanging it down. And this is showing you guys that we can actually use gravity as one of our tools. This is creating a longer, narrower shape for this piece. And we are not even having to use a tool to get that shape. All we have to do is hang that glass down at an angle. Because the glass is so soft from the heat, it's just going to stretch out. And you'll notice as they are working on the piece, you'll frequently see somebody holding up a wooden paddle to their arm or near their hand. And this is just called shielding. We're blocking the heat from reaching the artist's hands. The piece is radiating a lot of heat, so much so that it's radiating light as well. And next, Ben goes in with a piece of chalk and he's marking all the way around the side of this bubble, just one thin line. And this is where we're going to be placing each of those individual marbles that we made earlier over on that left bench. And we're going to be attaching 3 of these, trying to get them perfectly evenly spaced from each other. And once again, these are going to be the connecting points between this blown piece here and a blown piece that we're going to be making after this one. So that tool that Ben just used there has these 3 inward facing prongs, and it has very lightly made some markings on the surface of the glass, and this is going to help him hit pretty much that exact point that he needs to make sure that these are all evenly spaced apart. Now at the center bench, you can see Ben is using a small handheld torch to heat up a pair of tongs. He's going to use these tongs to pick up that little clear marble off the end of that second pipe that's being brought over. And it's important that we heat a metal tool before touching hard glass. Otherwise, we could create thermal shock. We could cool the glass down rapidly by touching it with that cold tool. So heating it up lightly will prevent that. And this super small torch that they're using, this is actually the hottest item in the hot shop. I've been told it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's over double the heat of the molten glass and the furnaces, so pretty impressive if you ask me. This is going to allow them to heat up just those two small connection points between the body of the piece and the marble, and then simply attach it to the side. And now we just have to do this 2 more times to get our 3 marbles. And can I have closed captioning, please? Perfect. So up on the screen, I forgot to mention, I have some closed captioning. Every now and then it can get a little bit hard to hear me when they use these loud torches. And each time Ben is going in with that stack of newspapers, he's just rubbing off a little bit of the chalk so that it's not trapped in between the marble and the surface of the glass. So now that we have our 3 marbles, we're just going to make sure that these are all pretty much on that same line and make sure they're all really well connected to the surface of this blown piece. And then they'll actually be able to set this piece aside inside of the garage, just like they did with the marbles themselves earlier. And this is going to keep that piece of glass nice and warm while they continue to work on the lower half of the piece, which is going to be another blown form, but with handles instead of marbles. And for anyone that recently joined, can I have the image of what we're working on again, please? Perfect. So just in case anyone missed it or in case anyone new joined in, up on the screen is an image of what we're currently working on. And I'll point out the connection between the handles on the lower piece and the marbles on the upper piece. Those are our only connection points. The two blown pieces are not actually physically touching each other. It's just those connection points that are going to be around the opening of the lower piece. And at the center bench here, you can see that Ben is taking measurement of the spacing between each of these marbles. We want to make sure to line up the handles for that second blown piece to hit exactly where those marbles are. Otherwise, we're not going to have a clean connection. And over on that left bench, it looks like Gabe's getting started on that lower half, which is going to be that round blown piece. And once again, everything is starting with a single gather of clear glass on the end of a pipe. Then all we have to do is blow a small bubble and we'll gather multiple more layers over top of what we have. And since we're not getting to work with color today and you guys don't get to see that, I'm just going to play a short video explaining how we get color on our glass in the first place. So can I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So of course, just as I start speaking about this process, they start pulling out some color on this front table right here. So you guys can see some of that color bar in person here. We're not going to use it on this specific project that we're creating right now. Usually when we use the color, as you saw in the video, we apply it pretty early on in the process, just when we have a small clear bubble. So maybe for our next piece, maybe for tomorrow, we'll be using some color for these pieces. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or even questions for our visiting artist himself, Walter Lieberman, feel free to raise your hand and grab my attention. I'll come right over. So we'll usually start our bubbles and apply our color on the side benches, and then we'll bring it over to the center bench where we start to blow it out and kind of finish off our form. So in this case, we've come over to the center bench. That means we're going to start blowing this into that wide bowl shape and turning it into the lower half of our piece. And if I didn't mention already, we've set the top half of the piece aside in the garage right here. It's going to stay nice and warm in there at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. It's just going to stay in there until we are ready to completely attach the two pieces together. And I had a good question that I thought I would share with you all in case anyone else was wondering. Someone was wondering if we have to put all pieces of glass together at once, like if we have to keep everything hot and put it together all at the same time, but we can actually cool and heat up glass as many times as we need to. It would be more difficult depending on what we're trying to assemble together, but you can let glass cool down and then take it the next day and heat it back up again. And at the center bench here, Ben is using a block, that's that wooden spoon-shaped tool. And this is going to be carved out of cherry wood usually and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. And you'll frequently see them use that tool after they gather a fresh layer of clear. And next, Ben goes in with a stack of newspaper soaked in water. And despite how odd that tool may sound, very commonly used in the hot shop, both on blown forms and solid glass. And once again, this torch here is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces at around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. I call this a fluffy flame because it covers a large area and it's pretty gentle on the glass depending on the project. But this is allowing us to heat up just one portion of the glass rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So we can apply some extra heat to one area, for example, or if one area is cold, we want it to be at least 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, then we can go ahead and heat that area up too. And I didn't mention this earlier, but right here, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, and he's creating a jack line on this piece. So this is where we remove the piece from the pipe later on. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, even if it's for our visiting artists, please feel free to grab my attention. Now, I see some of you guys are watching what's happening over on the left side of the hot shop, so I'll just explain it real quick. Gabe is just testing some color. He said it's a copper ruby, so we can get red from a couple of different things, one of the things being copper. And so he's just testing out a color to try on one of these future pieces. And you could see for this piece of the center bench that we're creating quite a tapered bottom. And this is on purpose. If you were to look closely at that design that I pulled up earlier, you would see that the bottom piece does have a little bit of a taper to it at the bottom. And the sides of the piece stick out a little bit more, almost a little bit like a disc. Now you'll see us using that little torch some more later on when we're connecting these two large pieces together. And as you saw, we flatten the bottom of this piece, which means that soon here we'll be attaching a second pipe to the bottom of the piece in order to break it off from the pipe that it's currently attached to. This is basically going to be flipping the orientation of the piece so we have access to the other side. So most of our wooden tools in the hot shop, I've been told, are cherry wood. It's a little bit harder than some other wood, so it burns a little bit slower. So that right there, we were using a wooden paddle to flatten the bottom of this piece. It looks like they dipped it in water before they did that as well, just to make sure that it didn't burn and smoke as quickly. So the center bench, they're just going to keep this piece nice and warm. And usually when they're keeping something warm, kind of preparing to break it off of its pipe, they're going to be torching the back end kind of around that connection between the glass and the pipe. And this is because we use a little bit of water to break our piece off. And if the surrounding glass is cold, the cracks from the water actually travel through the cold glass. So this is going to prevent any cracks from traveling. And over on that left bench, it looks like Sarah has started on a second pipe, just a small clear gather, and this is going to be attached to the bottom of this piece at the center bench. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece, pretty much no matter the connection, is called the puntee. And once again, this is going to allow us to get access to the other side of the piece. So now Sarah has just come over with the puntee and attached this to the center of the bottom of this piece. And once that connection is set up a little bit, it's hardened a little bit, all they have to do is apply some water to the jack line, which you remember is the divot near the pipe. And after applying some water, all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. Thank you. So next, they're just going to heat up the front end of this piece because that's all they need to alter is that small section around the opening. Now, while the piece itself is still relatively cold and that connection is still really hot, they always come back to the bench like this and they're just making sure that the pipe is actually centered to the bottom of the piece. So if they notice that it's off center, they'll stop turning and they'll support the weight from the other side using a tool, whether it be a wooden paddle or a pair of tweezers like right now. Now, the front of the piece has been completely heated up at this point, so now Ben is able to go in with that pair of jacks from earlier, those two metal blades, and start to slowly open this piece up. And they are going for some pretty exact measurements when it comes to the opening of the piece, because they need to be able to fit that first piece that they made inside of the opening without the two pieces even touching. And next, Ben is going on the inside of the piece yet again with a tool that looks very similar to the jacks, but instead we have wooden blades for this tool. And these are called the pachofis. The wooden blades are very helpful because we can actually use the tips of them on the inside of the glass piece. It's not going to gouge or scrape at the glass, unlike a metal blade might. And once they're happy with the shape of this piece and how wide this piece is opened, they're going to start working on the handles for that specific part of the piece, the lower half. And just as a little reminder, can I have that image of what we're working on right now, please? Perfect. So up on the screen, just as a little reminder, that is the shape that we're going for that lower piece. And then soon here, we're going to be attaching those handles onto the top of this piece where it will be connected to the marbles. Can I have a picture of the newspapers up on the screen, please? Thank you. And just like for our first piece earlier, Ben has just made a chalk line all the way around this piece. And this is just going to mark where we want to put those handles for the piece. We want to make sure that it's lined up with our marbles as well. And to make sure that this is going to be lined up with those marbles, Ben is going back in with that 3-prong tool. And he's going to make some markings of where they want each of these handles to be. So the chalk is actually sticking enough that we have to continuously rub it off to get it off of the glass. So when we attach the handles later on, once we're done attaching the handles, we'll be able to completely wipe off all of the excess chalk. But yeah, there are certain materials that stick to glass and then certain materials that completely burn away. So they've just brought over their first handle, and this is attached right on that chalk line that they made and nipped off with a pair of diamond shears. Those diamond shears, they have 4 blades that come together to create that diamond shape, hence the name. And then that handle is twisted up towards the opening of the piece, and we have our first handle. So now we need to do that 2 more times and make sure that they're all straight and make sure that they're all hitting that exact same line. And then we should be able to connect those marbles to those handles. So many steps for this piece and so complicated. There's so many small connections. Now, this isn't something I've been pointing out throughout the day, but with these handles, you can see that they have another layer of complexity to them as well, with these almost like a flat design with these special lines going all the way from the top to the bottom of the handle. So they're just adding complexity on top of complexity at this point. So this type of handle with those two lines and the three humps is called a Roman handle, apparently. So the lines is just another decoration on top of everything that they're doing. And if you were to look at these handles, you'll also notice that they're flat. So instead of just having a round blob of glass kind of applied to the side, that would create a really round handle. We have kind of flattened this and given it those two lines, so we have these perfect three little humps and then this nice flat handle in general as well. It's kind of hard to describe, but you can see it a little bit up on the screen. Yeah, it's like 3 fingers. So if you were to look at your 3 fingers, it's flat, but you still have those 3 humps. And this is our final handle. So now we should have 3 handles and 3 marbles for that first piece. Now, once again, going in with that small handheld torch, we're able to torch these really small connections and make sure that those handles are actually really secure on this piece. We want to make sure that that's a really secure connection so it doesn't pop off. And over on the left side of the hot shop, you can see that Gabe is starting to heat up the first part of our piece inside of the garage. Inside of the garage, we actually have this flame in the left corner that he's holding the piece inside of. So he's kind of preheating it even a little bit hotter before he goes into the furnace. If we were to pull something straight out of the garage, it's just barely at that point that the air could cool it down enough to crack it. So we got to make sure to keep it nice and warm. And at the center bench, Ben is using a broom to brush off that excess chalk. We don't need those chalk lines anymore. So that second piece has just been brought over. And it looks like they're testing those connections, making sure that they're all lining up properly. So it sounds like they're going to adjust those handles a little bit before they start heating up those connection points to attach the two pieces together. And it's been a little while since we've seen Walt's artwork, so could I have that up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork. Once again, Walter Lieberman. It's the man who is just up at the front with me. And this is going to include some previously made blown pieces of his, as well as some glass painting. And of course, in between heating up, those little connection points are going in and out of the furnace as well, just maintaining an even temperature of around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer so we don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. And now that those connection points are nice and warm, Gabe has brought over that second piece, and these two will be attached together with the marbles just attaching themselves to the handles of the lower piece. And it looks like they didn't even need to break that second pipe off because it broke off for them, which is a little bit scary, but we have those two pieces attached together. So now all we have to do is start working on the opening of the piece. Now to make sure that these two pieces are on center, Ben is going in with a wooden paddle. And the wood is a very insulating material, I always like to point out. So it's not going to suck the heat out of the piece. We want to make sure that the glass is staying nice and warm. So now you can see how I was trying to describe it earlier with these two connection points sticking together, just the handle and the marble touching each other. The bodies of these pieces are not touching each other at all. I'll point that out again. And now after heating up just the front end of this piece, Ben went in with a pair of tweezers and he's pinched and pulled the opening away from the rest of the piece. You can see that we have that little pinch line all the way around the opening. And they're going to trim off that excess glass. Whenever we break a piece off of its original pipe, that connecting area is kind of thick, it's a little bit uneven, it breaks uneven, so we want to make sure to just trim off a little bit of that excess glass. So as you saw, they trimmed off that excess glass using a pair of shears, which you could imagine are just like glass scissors. And they'll flare open this piece just a little bit, and that's pretty much going to finish this piece off. This piece is really close to being done. And going in with that same pair of jacks, Ben is flaring this piece out just a little bit, perfecting the neck of this piece. Now, I'll also mention that they're trying to keep a balance of heat on this piece. As you'll notice, they're kind of torching all of those little connections every now and then, and also going continuously back into the furnace. We want to make sure that we're not getting anything too hot, otherwise those small connections will move around and things will kind of go off center. And if it gets too cold, then obviously we're going to get cracking and breaking. So they're trying to keep it just at around a little bit above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And always before breaking a piece off, you'll see them torching all of the connecting areas. And this includes the back end of the piece. This includes those small connections between the handles and the marbles. And this is because we water that connection area at the base of the pipe, and we also tap the pipe. And if any of those connections are cold, the tapping or the water can cause the cracking and shocking to kind of travel through the glass. And to break this off, they apply some water to that connecting area just like they did earlier. Then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break the piece cleanly off into those Kevlar gloves. And let's give them a huge round of applause for finishing that piece. That was the best round of applause I've gotten all day. Okay, so this is going inside of the annealer. It's going to rest in there at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see it until tomorrow. It's going to cool down very slowly from about 950 degrees all the way to room temperature. And we should get started on our next piece pretty soon here. So I'm not quite sure what's happening with these pieces. It's a good question for our visiting artist. But since we have a visiting artist, the visiting artist takes all of the artwork home with them. They're able to do whatever they want with it, whether it be just putting it on their shelf, putting it on display, or selling it. So it looks like over on that left bench, we're getting started again. I'm going to double check in and just see what we're getting started on because we've been working on various projects throughout the day. So this next piece that we're getting started on is going to be the same shape as that one we just finished, but they're actually going to be using color this time. So you guys will be able to see the process of us adding color to a glass piece over on that left bench. So the first step in creating these pieces is creating those little attachment pieces. In this case, we're making some marbles. And those are going to be attached to the side of our smaller piece that's going to be nesting inside of our bigger piece. And I see a few new people have joined us here and there, so I just want to give a little overview as to what we have going on again. So today we do have a visiting artist. Our visiting artist is Walt Lieberman, and he's actually a Museum of Glass MC, which is the job that I'm currently doing right here, talking on the microphone. And he's the one sitting in the chair kind of close to the right side of the hot shop here, just to point him out to you all. And his residency has just started today. It's going to go all the way through Friday. He's actually had a couple of residencies here before at the museum. And this time he's revisiting a series he started in 2006, where he is deconstructing and reassembling Venetian vase designs. And so some of you already saw this design earlier, but can I have that design once again up on the screen, please? Sorry guys, this isn't it. Just give it a moment. Perfect. So up on the screen, you can see the design for what we're about to get started on. And this is going to be a celadon blue, which is kind of like a green blue. It's very light. And then we're also going to be using some really bright pink or pinkish purple colors. And we'll be able to see that a little bit later on. Now, our visiting artist, Walt, he's primarily a glass painter. And he currently has a piece on display at the Tacoma Art Museum, which is really close by to us here. So if you're interested in checking out more of his work, I recommend going over to the Tacoma Art Museum. So at the center bench here, you could see that Ben is working with a piece of color on the end of his pipe. And this is started off in a bar form, so this is called color bar. I'm just holding up a small example here. It's just solid colored glass through and through. And so we attach this to the end of a pipe, we melt it down, and this is eventually going to be dropped on top of a small clear bubble, and it's going to create a smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. So at the center bench, you can see Sarah is now holding that pipe upright with that clear bubble up at the top. And Ben will bring that color over and drop it right on top of that bubble. This is going to be cut off before being pressed down and then eventually rolled back to completely cover the clear bubble. And to roll this color back, they're using this large metal table called the marver close to the center bench. And we can use the marver for shaping the glass such as this. Sometimes we even use it to cool certain areas of the glass down. When we touch a cold metal tool to the hot glass, it's going to kind of suck the heat out of the glass, kind of cooling it down and creating a harder area of glass. And this is just a side product of that table, but sometimes we do use it purposefully in that way to control what areas of the glass we're blowing out. And I just want to remind you all, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. It can even be questions for our visiting artist himself, Walt, who is up here with me here. And after finishing each of these marbles over on that left bench, you'll notice that they're being placed into this large silver box right here called the garage. You just saw Gabe put another one of those marbles in there. And this is going to keep everything inside of it nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer so that nothing cracks or breaks from thermal shock. So this is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass inside. It's not cold enough to let it crack or break. It's just going to hold it in there until we're ready to attach it to the rest of our piece later on. So our glass furnaces the place where we're gathering our clear glass, those are staying at a pretty steady 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. But our open face furnaces, these are used for only reheating, no glass inside, and these are running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have 2 of them on today just so we can work at 2 benches at the same time. I always like to mention that because sometimes people think there might be a difference between the 2, but they're pretty much the same. It's not really a significant difference. And every now and then you'll see them spray water inside of the tank, just as Gabe did here. This is going to hopefully pop any air bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass. The glass is kind of a texture like honey inside of there, so they do rise relatively quickly. We don't want to get any air bubbles trapped inside of our glass, so spraying some water should pop them pretty quickly. And it looks like Sarah's gathered one more layer of clear glass from that glass furnace. And she's just gone over to a pipe cooler just at that corner over there. But this is just a trough of water. It splashes water up onto the pipe, cooling it down very rapidly. So now we can handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass again. And each time after getting a fresh layer of clear, the artist will sit down and start using a block. That's that wooden spoon-shaped tool. And this is going to smooth and even out all of that fresh glass we just got. These are usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent them from burning. So this color, when blown out, you'll eventually see is purple. Right now it's so concentrated and it's so hot. Well, first of all, it's so concentrated that if it were to cool off at this point, it would still kind of look black. You wouldn't be able to see through it just because the color is so concentrated. But on top of that, it's glowing orange just because of how hot it is. So we really can't see the true color at all right now until they blow it out and it starts to cool down later on. And hanging it down at an angle like this is going to be basically using gravity as another one of our tools. It's going to stretch and kind of thin that glass out.
Can we put up the drawing? The drawing of the one that we've been working on? There you go. So this is what we're making. We're making it in two parts. We made the top part, sit in that oven over there. Now we're making the bottom part. All the colors you see are distorted by the heat. The bubble he's working on there is this color here, celadon. But of course it looks orange. That's it. What you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the true color of the glass. If you think about your own home, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange disappears. That's the same thing you're seeing here. So the glass is so hot, it's glowing orange, but when it cools off, it'll return to its natural color. About an hour and a half and 25 years. What? Excuse me? It's a vase, a very fancy vase. So Sarah, sitting to the left, she's the person that's blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as the man sitting at the bench shapes it. Do you guys have any questions? What? Going to win the World Series? Phillies, you think?